Hello, friend. I'm David, and if you're listening to this, it's likely that the world outside your mind, or perhaps inside it, has finally grown quiet enough for you to seek out a story. Maybe you've had one of those days where everything was just the noise, the screens, the endless list of things you haven't finished. Or perhaps, right now, in this very moment, your own thoughts are the things that won't settle down. They're replaying conversations, worrying about tomorrow, or just buzzing with a kind of restless static. Wherever you are, whatever kind of day you've had, I want you to know something. You've come to the right place. This channel is a sanctuary for exactly this feeling. It is, quite simply, a place for rest. So, before we begin our journey tonight, I want to invite you to do something with me. It will only take a moment. First, just notice the weight of your body, the way it is supported by your bed or your chair. Feel the places where you are held. There's nothing you need to do to earn this support. It's simply here for you. Now, take a breath, not a big, dramatic one. Just a soft, slow breath in, and a longer, even softer breath out. As you breathe out, imagine you could release just one small thing you're carrying. It doesn't have to be a big worry. It could just be the tension in your shoulders, or the need to figure anything out for the next few hours. My role here, as your storyteller, is not to entertain you, but to accompany you, to guide your imagination to a place so calm, so detailed, and so safe that your own mind can finally let go and follow. I write and narrate every story you'll find here with one single purpose: to be a bridge that carries you from wakefulness into deep, restorative sleep. If this is your first time here, welcome. I'm so glad you found us. If you're returning, it is so good to have you back. This is a community of quiet hearts and tired minds, all learning the gentle art of letting go. So, if this sounds like the kind of space you need in your life, if you would like these stories to be a regular part of your wind-down ritual, I would be deeply honored if you considered subscribing to the channel. By subscribing, you're not just clicking a button, you're telling the algorithm, this is important, this is self-care, and in return, it makes sure you never have to search for peace in the middle of the night. The next story will be right here, waiting for you, like a warm light in a window on a dark street. You can do that now, or later, if you're already too cozy to move. There's absolutely no rush. And now, it is time to leave all of that behind. The day is done. And your tasks are complete. There is nothing else required of you now, except to drift. Find that perfect position. Adjust your pillow. Pull your blanket a little closer. Let your eyes grow heavy, or close them completely. Tonight, we are not going to a fantasy realm or a distant planet. We are going somewhere even more magical, because it exists just on the other side of quiet. We are going to visit a sleeping world contained within 4 walls. We are going to spend midnight in the quiet apartment. Listen. Can you hear it? The quiet is not empty. It is full. It is breathing. It is midnight, the hour when the city finally exhales. A long, slow release of pressure that settles like dust motes in the faint amber glow of street lamps. The frantic energy of the day, the honking taxis, the chatter of pedestrians, the relentless forward momentum has bled away into the deep indigo of the sky, leaving behind something softer, something more truthful. This is the hour of quiet, not silence. For silence is a hollow thing, an absence, but quiet, which is a presence of soft sounds, of breath being drawn and released, of structures settling into their own weight, of lives being lived in lowered tones, behind drawn curtains, in the warm, private boxes stacked one upon the other. From the street, the apartment building named a Halcyon stands as a gentle monolith against the city's distant, humming glow. Its brick facade, worn smooth by decades of rain and sun, absorbs the moonlight rather than reflecting it, giving it a soft, velvety texture in the darkness. Its many windows are mostly dark, some with blinds drawn shut, some revealing the deeper black of empty rooms, and a precious few, holding pockets of warm, buttery light. These lights do not glare. They do not shout, they whisper. They are the lanterns of the night dwellers, the readers, the dreamers, the gentle souls for whom midnight is not an end, but a kind of beginning. Come closer. Oh, step out of the cool night air, which carries the clean, damp scent of impending rain, and into the vestibule. The heavy outer door closes behind with a soft, final sigh, muffling the world outside. Here, the temperature shifts. It is not warm, not cold, but neutral. The air smells of polished wood, of old paper from the stack of forgotten flyers on the small table, of the faint, clean aroma of lemon-scented polish used on the brass mailboxes that line one wall. The little doors are all shut, each holding its own secrets, its own bundles of bills and postcards and letters from distant places. The floor is a chessboard of black and white tiles, worn slightly concave in the paths most frequently traveled. Listen. Can you hear it? The building has its own heartbeat. It is a low, almost sub-auditory hum. The collective whisper of electricity coursing through hidden veins in the walls. The deep doormat rumbles is a sound so constant, so foundational, that you only notice it when you truly listen. And then it feels less like a sound and more like a vibration in your bones, a reassurance that this structure is alive in its own slow, steady way. Above this hum, there are other sounds, a faint, rhythmic ticking from a clock in the manager's office, long since closed for the night, the intermittent click of a radiator valve, a tiny metallic exhalation, and if you stand very still, breathing softly, you might hear the faintest trace of music, so distant and filtered through floors and walls that it has no melody, only the impression of one, like a memory of a song heard in a dream. Let us not linger in the lobby, though its quiet is profound. Let us follow the quiet upward. The elevator is an old, ornate cage of wrought iron and polished wood, but we will not take it. Its movement would be a mechanical intrusion. Instead, let our awareness float, like a particle of dust caught in a slow, warm updraft, toward the stairwell. The stairs are marble, edged with strips of worn brass. They curve gracefully upward in a spiraling ascent around a central column. The air here is still, slightly cooler. Each step we pass, not with feet, but with attention, holds the ghost of 1,000 footsteps, the hurried clicks of heels late for work, the trudging drag of weary feet at day's end, the light, skipping patter of a child. All those energies have been absorbed, dissipated, leaving only a profound peace. A small window on the landing between floors allows a sliver of moonlight to cut across the steps, painting a liquid silver stripe on the stone. Let us begin on the ground floor, not in the lobby, but just beyond it. Here, at the very back of the building, facing the small shadowed courtyard, is Apartment 1E. Its door is painted a deep forest green. From beneath it, a thin line of warm light spills onto the floorboards of the hallway. Inside lives Leo, the night watchman, though he would never call himself that. He is retired, his days of formal schedules long behind him, but his internal clock has permanently settled into a nocturnal rhythm. His apartment is a single large room, a studio that feels not small but expansive, because every object in it has been chosen for love and comfort. We can see him now, not by intruding, but by sensing the space he occupies. He sits in a worn leather armchair, the color of caramel, its surface cracked and polished smooth by years of use. A soft pool of light from a floor lamp with a fringed burgundy shade falls over his shoulder and onto the book in his lap. He is not so much reading as he is traveling through the words. His eyes move slowly across the lines, his breath even. The book is an old, hardbound history of constellations, and he pauses often to look up, not at a page, but through his large window into the courtyard. Out there, between the walls of the building, a small rectangle of sky is visible. Clouds, thin and gauzy, drift across the face of the moon, dimming, and then revealing its cool light. Leo watches this silent spectacle with the same attention he gives the book, as if both are chapters of the same endless, calming text. His apartment is a museum of quiet hobbies. A half-completed model sailing ship sits on a table by the window, its tiny rigging waiting for his patient fingers. On a shelf, a row of smooth stones collected from various lake shores sits under a layer of dust that softens their edges. A radio, an old analog model with a glowing dial, plays very low. A station broadcasting classical guitar from somewhere across the ocean. The music is so soft, it merges with the hum of the refrigerator, becoming just another texture in the room's sonic tapestry. Leo takes a slow sip from a mug of chamomile tea, the steam curling in the lamplight. He places the mug down on a cork coaster with a soft, definitive click. This is his ritual. This is his kingdom of the night. His quiet is active, attentive, a chosen solitude filled with gentle focus. He is the unofficial guardian of the building's midnight mood, though he would never claim the title. Probably, he simply is. And his light, that warm spill under the green door, is a beacon for the notion that the night is not for sleeping, but for a different, deeper kind of wakefulness. Let us drift upward now to the second floor. The hallway here is longer, with doors on either side. Most are dark, but at the far end, from apartment 2F, comes not light, but its opposite, a sense of concentrated shadow that is somehow just as comforting. This is where Ilara lives. She is a photographer, but not of people or daylight scenes. Her specialty is long exposure shots of empty spaces at night. Her apartment is her darkroom and her sanctuary, and it is currently what she calls nocturnal mode. All the lights are off, but the room is not pitch black. The glow from a dozen different devices, the standby power lights of chargers, the muted pulse of a Wi-Fi router, the soft green numbers of an alarm clock, creates a constellation of tiny, colored stars at ankle level. The main source of illumination is her computer monitor, which casts a wide, cool, bluish-white pool over her desk. She is not working. The work is done for the day. Now, she is reviewing. On the screen is a photograph she took earlier. It is of a deserted subway platform, the tracks vanishing into black tunnels. The 30-second exposure has turned the few remaining lights into blurred orbs of gold, and the empty eyes to soft, ghostly outlines. There is no one in the frame, yet the image is full of the memory of present. Elara leans back in her chair, her face bathed in the monitor's glow. She is not looking at the technical details. She is feeling the mood of the image. The quiet of that empty platform is now here, in this room, multiplied. She reaches out without looking, and her fingers find a heavy knitted blanket draped over the back of her chair. She pulls it around her shoulders. The sound is a soft whoosh of fabric, followed by the satisfying weighty settle of the blanket. She takes a deep breath, smelling the faint, clean scent of the wool and the ever-present, slightly metallic odor of the photochemicals from her sealed-off darkroom. Outside her window, a car passes on the street below, its headlights painting a brief moving rectangle of light that sweeps across her ceiling like a silent searchlight before disappearing. She doesn't flinch. The sound of the engine is a low, receding growl that only deepens the quiet it leaves behind. Elara's quiet is a visual quiet, an absorption of negative space, a finding of profound content in emptiness. Her apartment is a capsule of captured stillness, but let us not stay in the darkness. Directly above her, on the third floor, in apartment 3B, light blooms. This is the home of Mr. Aris, a retired baker. His apartment is perpetually warm and smells of 1,000 yesterdays of yeast, sugar, and toasted grain, scents baked into the very walls. At this hour, he is not sleeping. He is in his small, immaculate kitchen, bathed in the gentle fluorescence under his cabinet. He is performing his nightly ritual, preparing the sponge for tomorrow's bread. His movements are economical, precise, born of 60 years of repetition. He measures flour from a large ceramic crock, not with cups, but by feel, his hands knowing the exact weight. He adds a pinch of salt from a little bowl, a spoonful of the sourdough starter he has kept alive for decades, a living, bubbling thing he calls burner. He mixes it in a large speckled enamel bowl with a wooden spoon. The sound is a rhythmic, soft thump-thump as the spoon circles the bowl, combining the elements into a sticky, nascent dough. There is no other sound in the kitchen. The refrigerator is silent on its cycle. The faucet does not drip. What? There is only this motion, this creation. He covers the bowl with a clean, damp cloth, his gnarled, flour-dusted hands tucking the edges in with a tenderness one might use to put a child to bed. He places the bowl on the counter in a spot that is always draft-free. He then washes his hands, the water a quiet rush, the soap lathered silently. He dries them on a striped towel. His task complete, he turns off the under-cabinet light, and now the only light in the apartment comes from a small, glass-enclosed candle on his kitchen table. A devotional candle with the image of a saint, but for him, it is simply light and memory. He sits at the table, his hands resting palms down on the checked tablecloth. He looks at the covered bowl. He is not waiting. He is attending. The quiet in apartment 3B is the quiet of fermentation, of slow, invisible transformation. It is the quiet of patience, of knowing that some of the most important work happens unseen, in the dark, while the world sleeps. The gentle, yeasty, sour smell that fills the air is the smell of time itself, being shaped into something nourishing. As we sense this, a new layer is added to the building symphony. A soft, percussive patter begins. It starts almost imperceptibly, a single tap against the window of 3B, then another, and another, until it becomes a consistent, gentle rhythm. Rain, twit, tuti, tuti. It has finally arrived. Not a storm, but a steady, soaking rain. It beads on the glass, distorting the view of the city lights into shimmering, liquid jewels. The sound on the roof is a soft drumming, a hushed roar. In the courtyard below, it becomes a delicate, multi-textured whisper as it falls through the leaves of the single, stubborn dogwood tree and patters onto the flagstones. The rain does not break the quiet. It becomes its orchestra. It provides a blanket of white noise that somehow makes the interior spaces feel even more cocooned, more insulated, more safe. Let the sound of the rain carry us up to the 4th floor. Here, in apartment 4, the rain is the main event. This is the home of twins, Iris and Silas, 7 years old. They are supposed to be asleep. Their room is dark, their bunk beds a silent fortress, but they are awake. They have crept out of their beds and are now sitting side by side on the floor by the large window, their small backs against the wall, a shared quilt pulled over their heads like a tent, creating a private cave. They are watching the rain. It's like the sky is whispering secrets to the windows. Iris whispers, her breath fogging a tiny circle on the glass. What kind of secret? Silas whispers back, his voice full of wonder. I don't know. Sky secrets. About where it's been. About the clouds that are too high for us to see. They watch in silence as a droplet, fat and heavy, gathers at the top of the pane and begins its slow, meandering journey downward. It zigzags, joining with other droplets, growing, until finally it reaches the windowsill and disappears. They follow another, and another. It is an endless, hypnotic ballet. The sound of the rain on the glass is right in their ears. The intimate tapping, the rest of the world. Their parents asleep down the hall, the building, the city, has fallen away. There is only this window, this quilt cave, this shared, breathless observation. Their quiet is the quiet of pure discovery, of a world made new and magical by water and night. It is a secret they will likely forget by morning, but for now, it is the entire universe. Down the hall from them, in Fura, a different kind of attention is being paid to the rain. Here lives Clara, a violin maker. Her apartment is a workshop, filled with the sweet, resinous scent of cedar, spruce, and varnish. Wood shavings curl like pale ribbons on the floor. The body of a violin, its pale wood glowing like a captured moonbeam, rests in a cradle on her workbench. But she is not working on it now. She has opened her window just a crack, despite the rain, and is sitting in a straight-back chair, facing the darkness. She is listening. For her, the rain is a complex symphony. She hears the high, bright ping as it hits the metal fire escape, the low, dull thud as it strikes the tarred roof of the lower annex, the steady shush as it runs down the gutter. the delicate, almost melodic plink as it drips from a specific leaf onto a specific metal plate in the courtyard. Her eyes are closed. Her head is tilted slightly. She is analyzing the texture, the pitch, the rhythm. She is storing these sounds away in the deep archives of her memory, where they might one day inform the way she hears the resonance of a spruce top, or guide her hand as she shapes a bridge. The quiet in Clara's apartment is a receptive quiet, a listening quiet. It is a cup held out to catch the music of the world, to be filtered later into the music of wood and string. We rise again, past the fourth floor landing, where a single forgotten umbrella hangs from the post of a wall sconce, its black fabric damp. The fifth floor is the top floor, the realm of attics converted into apartments with sloped ceilings and dormer windows. The rain is louder here, a more immediate presence on the angled roof. In apartment 5 sec, the light is a warm sunset orange. This is the home of Arthur, a retired librarian. His quiet is the most literal of all, for his apartment is a fortress of books. They line every wall, spill onto tables, are stacked in orderly piles on the floor, like miniature skyscrapers. He sits in the center of this literary universe, in a plush wingback chair, an Afghan over his knees. He is not reading. He has just finished a chapter of a large, heavy volume of maritime history, and has placed it carefully on the side table. Now, he is simply existing among his books. He looks around the room, his gaze drifting over the spines. Each one is a memory, not just of the story inside, but of the day he acquired it, the chair he read it in, the weather outside the window at the time. The collective presence of all these stories creates a dense, peaceful energy in the room. It is the sound of a million whispered words, all hushed now, all at rest. The only physical sound is the slow, regular tick of a grandfather clock in the corner, a steady, paternal heartbeat for the room. Arthur closes his eyes. He listens to the clock, to the rain, to the faint rustle of the pages in the books as they respond, almost imperceptibly, to the changes in humidity. His quiet is the quiet of accumulation, of a life filled with other lives, all now settled into a peaceful, dust-fragrant stillness. And finally, in the smallest apartment on this floor, 5E, there is a different kind of light. It is blue-white and flickers slowly. This is where River lives, a software developer who practices astronomy as a form of meditation. His room is dominated by a large telescope on a tripod, pointed not out the window, but at a blank wall. On the wall is a projector, and on the projector is a simulation of the night sky, the exact sky that is hidden behind the rain clouds outside. It is a deep, velvety black, peppered with impossibly sharp, pinpoint stars. The Milky Way swirls in a fog of distant light across the ceiling. The blue-white flicker comes from a small salt lamp on his desk, its light mimicking the cool gleam of starlight. River lies on his back on a rug in the middle of the floor, his hands behind his head, gazing up at the projected cosmos. The rain is a fact outside, but in here, the sky is clear and infinite. He is not studying constellations. He is practicing a form of cosmic letting go. He imagines his thoughts, his worries, the tiny complexities of his code, a small, bright particle, and he imagines releasing them into that vast starry field, where they become insignificant, beautiful, and part of something unimaginably large. His breathing slows to match the slow, imperceptible turn of the simulated sky, which rotates at the correct glacial sidereal rate. The quiet in River's apartment is the quiet of scale, of perspective. It is the profound hush that comes from understanding your own delightful smallness in a grand and beautiful universe. Midnight deepens. The rain continues its gentle, unending monologue. Don't it? In apartment 1A, Leo's lamp clicks off. He has finished his chapter and his tea. He moves to his bed, the springs giving a soft, musical creak. Into F. Ilara saves her file and powers down her monitor. Blue light vanishes, leaving only the tiny constellation of standby lights. She navigates to her bed through the familiar darkness by memory and touch. In 3B, Mr. Aris blows out the glass-enclosed candle, the flame dying with a faint puff and a wisp of smoke that carries the scent of wax and incense into the yeasty air. He goes to bed, knowing Bernard is already at work. On the 4th floor, Iris and Silas, their eyelids finally heavy, crawl back into their separate bunks. The magic of the rain, now a lullaby. Clara closes her window, sealing out the damp but keeping the memory of the rain symphony. She runs a hand over the smooth curve of the violin's belly before turning to her own rest. On the 5th floor, Arthur's clock chimes once, a soft bronze note that hangs in the book-scented air. He smiles, a small, private smile in the darkness. River's projector eventually shuts off on a timer, plunging his room into a darkness so complete it feels like floating in space itself. One by one, the pockets of light in the halcyon winked out. The green glow of the elevator button, the light under Leo's green door. Leo has got to light fire. The last to go is a small, decorative nightlight in the hallway on the 3rd floor. Shaped like a crescent moon, it casts a faint, blue-white glow on the baseboards. Now, the building is dark, but it is not asleep. It is resting. It is breathing. The rain softens to a drizzle, then to nothing. In the newfound quiet, the building's own sounds become pronounced again. The click of contracting pipes as the hot water cools, the almost inaudible hum of electricity, the soft, settling groan of wood and brick, accepting the weight of the night. If you listen with the ear of your imagination, you can hear the collective breath of all its inhabitants. Leo's slow, steady exhale. The synchronized light breath of Iris and Silas. The faint wheezing whistle of Mr. Aris's slumber. The deep, silent rhythm of River's rest. They are not just individuals in boxes. They are a community of dreams. Their subconscious minds perhaps mingling in the shared space of the hallways, the stairwell, the very air that circulates softly through the vents. The quiet apartment building at midnight is not empty. It is full of spent wakefulness, full of gentle memories settling, full of the latent potential of the coming day. It is a vessel holding the most precious cargo, peace. And you, listener, are here now. You have floated through all these spaces, a benevolent, unseen ghost of calm. You have witnessed the quiet rituals, felt the textures of their solitude, heard the layered silence. Your own breath has, without you even noticing, slowed to match the breath of the building. Your heart's rhythm has found a slower, deeper cadence. You are no longer just in your room. You are in the lobby, where the black and white tiles hold the cool of the night. You are on the stairs, where the moonlight stripe has slowly moved across the steps as the hours pass. You are in Leo's armchair, feeling the cracked leather. You are under the quilt cave with Iris and Silas, watching the raindrop races. You are in Arthur's fortress of stories, surrounded by the silent hum of 1,000 tales. You are everywhere and nowhere. You are part of the quiet. The night is deep now. The darkest hour, just before the faintest suggestion of dawn begins to bruise the eastern sky behind the city's skyline. This is the hour of deepest rest, the hour when repairs are made, when memories are sorted, when the soul stretches out in the boundless field of unconsciousness. Let this building be your architecture. Let its solid brick and steady hum be the proof that you are safe. You are held. You are part of a silent, breathing whole. There is nothing to do. There is nowhere to be. There is only this gentle, endless now. Feel the weight of your blanket as the weight of the quiet itself, settling over you. Hear the faint sounds of your own room. The rustle of sheets, the distant hum of your own appliances. As part of the building's symphony, you have come home to the quiet apartment. Your room is just one more warm, dark window in its benevolent facade. So drift now. Oh, let go of the last tendril of thought, the last flicker of awareness. Let it rise from you like the last wisp of steam from Leo's teacup, dissipating into the comfortable, breath-filled dark. The building holds you. The night embraces you. The quiet is not around you. It is within you. It is you. Sleep now. It is midnight. The word itself is a soft sound, a whisper made of 2 syllables that blend into a single, soothing exhale. Midnight. It is the hinge of the day, the deep, velvet hollow between what has been and what is yet to come. It is not a sharp line, but a slow, gentle transition, a turning over in sleep. The frantic energy of the city, the relentless forward press of hours and obligations, has finally bled away, seeping into the cracks between the paving stones, dampened by the sheer weight of the darkness that now rests upon the rooftops and streets. What remains is not silence, but a profound and living quiet. Silence is an absence, a void. This quiet is a presence. It is the presence of resting things, of structures settling into their foundations, of plants breathing in the shadowed courtyards, of a million small lives carrying on in hushed tones. It is a fabric woven from the soft sounds of a world at rest. From the edge of the sidewalk, looking up, the apartment building named the Halcyon is a monolith of shadow and gentle light. Its brick facade, 12 stories tall, is the color of dried clay and aged wine in the daylight. Now, under the cloak of the hour, it is a deeper, softer shade, a sepia tone against the indigo sky. The bricks do not gleam. They absorb the ambient glow of the distant city, holding it like warmth. The mortar between them is a web of delicate gray lines, a map of decades etched in sand and lime. The windows are the building's eyes, most of them closed and dark, their blinds drawn like sleeping eyelids. But a few, a scattered, random constellation across the gridded face, are softly illuminated. These are not the harsh, fluorescent eyes of offices or the flickering blue gaze of television. These are the warm, gold, buttery lights of table lamps, of under-cabinet halogens, of a single bulb over a stove. They are pockets of sanctuary, lanterns in the private night of the individuals who call this vertical village home. Let us move closer. Let us cross the threshold from the public night into the shared, yet deeply private, space of the building. The outer door is heavy, made of solid oak banded with iron, that has been painted black. So many times the details of the scrollwork are softened into gentle lumps and curves. It closes behind with a sound that is not a slam, but a deep, resonant thud, followed by the precise, oiled click of the latch engaging. That sound is a full stop. It marks the boundary. The noise of the occasional passing car, the distant white noise rush of the freeway, the cool, damp smell of impending rain on pavement. These are now muted, filtered through the thick glass of the vestibule's sidelight. Here, in the vestibule, the air changes. It is still and several degrees warmer than the outside. It carries its own signature scent, a perfume born of time and human habitation. The primary note is of old, polished wood. The rich, nutty aroma of the wainscoting that rises waist-high along the walls is varnish worn smooth in spots by the incidental brushes of countless shoulders and bags. Underlying that is the dry, faintly sweet smell of paper from the community bulletin board, pinned with flyers for lost cats, yoga classes, and a long-past concert. There is the clean, astringent hint of lemon-scented wood polish, applied weekly by the super, and beneath even that, the almost imperceptible metallic tang of the brass. The door handles, the filigree of the old mail slots. The floor is a geometric promise of order. Large squares of black and white marble, laid in a checkerboard pattern. They are not perfectly glossy, but have a soft matte patina from a century of footfalls. In the very center of the space, directly under the small crystal chandelier, the white squares are slightly grayed, the black squares slightly whitened, creating a nebulous, blended zone where the pattern softens into unity. To the left stands the bank of mailboxes. They are individual brass-faced cubes, each with a small cloudy glass window and a dial combination lock. Some windows reveal the dark emptiness of an unclaimed cavity. Others show the blurred, promising shapes of envelopes. A white rectangle, a manila square, the bold color of a magazine cover. Apartment 3B's. Box has a faded postcard permanently wedged in the corner of its glass. A picture of a lighthouse in Maine. It has been there for years. A permanent artifact. Listen to Naughty. You must listen with more than your ears. You must listen with the bones of your inner ear, with your skin. There is a sound here, or rather, a vibration that is the foundation for all other sounds. It is the building's hum. It is the aggregate of 100 hidden systems. The electricity moving with a faint, 60-cycle buzz through wires buried in plaster walls. The deep, dormant rumble of the furnace in the sub-basement. This hum is so constant, so deeply embedded in the reality of the place, that it is not heard so much as felt. It is the auditory equivalent of your own heartbeat. You are unaware of it until you focus, and then you realize it has been there all along, the steady, reassuring proof of life. On top of this foundational hum, other sounds are placed, delicate as ornaments on a steady tree. There is the slow, rhythmic tick. Tock, tick. Tock from a regulator clock on the wall of the superintendent's office, the door of which is just ajar. The sound is not loud, but it is precise. A mechanical heartbeat measuring the passage of the night in its own unwavering increment. From somewhere deep within the walls comes an intermittent click, a copper pipe contracting as hot water within it cools, a tiny metallic sigh. And if you strain, you might catch the faintest ghost of music, so distant and filtered through layers of floor, insulation and drywall that it has been stripped of melody and rhythm, leaving only the impression of sound, a warm, fuzzy resonance. We will not take the elevator. Its gilded cage, though beautiful with its wrought iron vines and its little stool, is a machine of sudden movement and fluorescent light. Its arrival would be a ding, a shudder, a mechanical rupture in the quiet continuum. Instead, let us turn to the stairwell. The doorway is arched, painted a glossy dark green. The handle is cool brass, worn smooth, and bright in the center from the pressure of palm. It turns with a well-machined, silent smoothness. The stairwell is a world apart. The air is cooler here, smelling faintly of plastered dust and the cold mineral scent of the marble steps. It is a spiral ascent, a central column around which the stairs rise in a graceful, turning sweep. The steps are of veined gray marble, each edge worn down a fraction of an inch by a century of ascent and descent, softened like a sea-smoothed stone. The brass stair rods that hold the carpet runner in place are dull with age, but still catch the weak light from the single bulb on each landing. The carpet itself is a deep forest green, its pile flattened to a velvety nap in twin tracks that follow the most common path of feet. As we begin our silent ascent, place your awareness on the first step. This marble slab has borne the weight of history. It has felt the urgent, staccato click of nurses' shoes in 1942, rushing to a shift at the wartime hospital. It has absorbed the heavy trudging drag of a factory worker in 1958, coming home with the smell of machine oil in his clothes. It has thrilled to the light, skipping patter of a child in 1975, carrying the impossible excitement of a new bicycle. It has steadied the slow, careful shuffle of an elderly woman in 2010, her hand gripping the polished banister for support. All that joy, fatigue, haste, and patience has been imparted into the stone, not as noise, but as a kind of energy that has long since dissipated into a profound, accepting peace. The stairwell is a library of erased footsteps, a cathedral of spent motion. On the first landing, between the ground and second floors, a narrow window looks out into the light well of the building. It is not a view of the world, but a view of the building's own inner self, a sheer cliff face of brick dotted with the dark squares of other bathroom windows, a tangled geometry of fire escapes, and a sliver of moon, a pairing of silver, is visible in the narrow slot of sky above. Its light does not directly enter, but its reflection bounces off a distant glass pane and lands as a pale liquid smudge on the opposite wall. It is a borrowed light, a whispered secret passed from surface to surface. Let us begin our visits not at the top, but at the foundation of this human hive. On the ground floor, to the rear, facing the small brick-paved courtyard, is apartment 1A. Its door is painted a deep, glossy forest green, like the heart of an ancient pine. From the half-inch gap between the door and the scuffed oak floorboard, a thin, radiant line of warm, buttery light spills out. It is a beacon. Inside lies Leo. He is 78 years old, a retired archivist. His life, once defined by the precise cataloging of other people's histories, has now settled into a quiet, nocturnal rhythm of his own choosing. His apartment is a single large studio room, but it feels not small, because every object within it has been curated for love, comfort, or interesting shape. It is a landscape of gentle attention. We can perceive him not by intrusion, but by feeling the space he animates. He sits in his throne, a wingback armchair upholstered in cracked, supple leather, the color of a well-steeped tea. The cracks are not flaws, but a web of fine white lines, a topography of decades of use. The light from his floor lamp, a brass pole with a fringed shade of burgundy silk, falls over his right shoulder, creating a perfect pool of illumination on the open book in his lap. The rest of the room recedes into a warm, amber gloom. He is not merely reading. He is in a state of deep communion with the text. It is a heavy volume, the natural history of the night sky. His eyes move slowly, left to right, line by line, his progress paced by the steady, calm rhythm of his breathing. Every few minutes, he pauses. His gaze lifts from the page, not to look at anything in the room, but to travel through the large, multi-paned window that forms one wall of his apartment. It looks directly into the courtyard, a square of darkness punctuated by the faint, reflected glow from other windows, and the tiny spear-shaped leaves of the dogwood tree catching stray photons. A slow sip from a mug on the side table. The mug is thick pottery, glazed in a mottled blue. The tea inside is chamomile, its steam carrying a faint, floral, apple-like scent that mingles with the room's other odors. Old paper, leather, and the distinctive dusty sweetness of pipe tobacco. Though he hasn't smoked in 10 years, the scent has... He places the mug down on a cork coaster with a soft, definitive talk. The sound is a punctuation mark in the quiet paragraph of his evening. All is well. His studio is a museum of quiet pursuit. On a table by the window sits a half-completed model of a 19th century schooner. The hull is finished, a sleek shell of pale balsa wood. The deck is detailed with tiny cleats and a miniature capstan. The rigging, a spiderweb of fine black thread, awaits his patient, tweezered attention. On a shelf above his bed, a row of stones collected from various lake shores rests. Granite speckled with mica, smooth basalt, a piece of limestone, fossilized with the spiral of an ancient creature. They are not arranged, simply placed, each one a tactile memory of a quiet afternoon. An old analog radio, its walnut casing scratched, its cloth speaker cover slightly stained, plays almost inaudibly. It is tuned to a station broadcasting from Prague, a program of Smetana and Dvorak. The volume is so low that the music is less a melody and more a texture. A shimmering, distant string section that blends seamlessly with the building's hum and the occasional papery rustle as Leo turns a page. His quiet is an active quiet. It is a chosen solitude, populated by focused attention. He is the building's unofficial sentinel of the deep night, a guardian of the midnight mood. Though he would dismiss such a title with a soft chuckle, he simply is. His presence, his wakeful calm, is a stabilizing force. The line of light under his green door is a testament to a different way of being in the night, not as a time for oblivion, but for a deeper, more receptive kind of wakefulness. Now, let us drift upward, our awareness floating like a dandelion seed on the cool stairwell air to the second floor. The hallway here is long and straight, a tunnel of closed doors with brass numbers. Most are dark, their knobs dull. But at the far end, from apartment 2F, there emanates not light, but a palpable sense of concentrated shadow. This darkness is not empty. It is a plush, velvety thing. This is the domain of Elara. She is a photographer, but her subjects are not people or sunlit landscape. She is a poet of emptiness, a chronicler of liminal spaces. Her apartment serves as both her living space and her digital darkroom, and it is currently in what she calls nocturnal mode. All conventional lights are off, but the room is alive with a low-level electronic bioluminescence. The standby light of her computer monitor pulses a slow, sleeping blue. Power brick for her laptop charger glows a steady, watchful green. The numbers on her microwave, 12/7, cast a faint, ghostly light onto the countertop. A dozen other tiny diodes on routers, hard drives, audio interfaces create a constellation of minute colored stars at shin level, their reflections shimmering in the dark, polished concrete of the floor. The primary source of illumination is her 32-inch monitor, which bathes her desk in a wide, cool, lunar glow. She has just finished a multi-hour editing session. On the screen is the final image, displayed full screen. It is a photograph of an empty, rain-slick bus terminal at 3 a.m. The long exposure has turned the streetlights outside into smeared orbs of gold, and the rows of empty, orange plastic seats into soft, spectral forms. There are no people, yet the image hums with the memory of presence, with the ghosts of 1,000 conversations and farewells. Elara is not working now. She is in the stage of release. She leans back in her ergonomic chair, which gives a soft, pneumatic sigh. Her face is a pale mask in the monitor's light, her eyes tracing the lines of the photograph, not as a technician, but as an absorber of mood. She reaches out, her hand moving through the cool air, and her fingers find the edge of a heavy charcoal gray blanket draped over the back of her chair. It is merino wool, loosely knitted. She pulls it around her shoulders in a single fluid motion. The sound is a soft whoosh, followed by the dense, comforting settle of the weight onto her collarbone. She pulls it tighter, creating a cocoon of warmth in the cool, digital cave of her workspace. She takes a slow, deep breath. The air here smells different from Leo's. It is clean, almost sterile, with the sharp, crisp scent of ozone from her air purifier, undercut by the ever-present, faintly metallic and vinegary odor that seeps from her sealed-off physical darkroom. A smell of acetic acid and fixer. From her slightly ajar window comes the sound of the city, not the daytime roar, but the sporadic lone car passing on wet asphalt 3 stories below. A sound that begins as a low growl, rises to a soft shush, and then recedes. Elara's quiet is a visual quiet. It is the quiet of the void made interesting, of finding profound narrative in absence. Her apartment is a capsule of curated stillness, a vacuum where the pressures of the day are equalized, and she can simply be with the images she has pulled from the world's unnoticed corners. Directly above her, on the 3rd floor, in apartment 3B, the atmosphere transforms entirely. Here, light blooms with a golden, nourishing warmth. This is the kingdom of Mr. Theo Aris, a retired baker of 72 years. His apartment is a living archive of his trade. The very plaster of the walls seems to have absorbed the essence of 10,000 loaves. The sweet, nutty scent of toasted grain, the earthy profound fragrance of fermenting yeast, the caramelized sugar smell of crusts browning in a hot oven. It is not a strong smell, but a pervasive, comforting bass note in the air. Like the scent of a forest after rain, is the scent of the earth itself. At this precise moment, he is in his small, immaculate kitchen, bathed in the gentle, shadowless fluorescence of the light strip under his walnut cabinet. He is performing his nightly sacrament, preparing the pre-ferment for tomorrow's bread. His movements are a study in unconscious grace, a ballet perfected over a lifetime. He does not use measuring cup. A large speckled enamel bowl, blue with white flecks, chipped at the rim, sits on the counter. He dips a ceramic crock into a larger bin of bread flour, his hand knowing the exact heft of 500 grams. He sprinkles it into the bowl, a soft, silent cloud, a pinch of sea salt from a little blue bowl. The grains like tiny, gray crystals. Then, the heart of the process, he lifts a glass jar from a warm spot on the top of the refrigerator. Inside is a bubbling, beige paste. His sourdough starter, named Bernard. He has kept Bernard alive for 43 years, feeding it daily with flour and water. A symbiotic relationship as old as civilization itself. He spoons a generous dollop into the bowl, the starter releasing a pleasantly sour, alcoholic aroma. Finally, lukewarm water from a kettle, poured in a slow, steady stream from a copper jug. His right hand, large-knuckled and dusted with a permanent tracing of flour in the creases, plunges a worn wooden spoon into the mixture. He begins to stir. The sound is a soft, rhythmic thump. Scrape, thump, scrape as the spoon circles the bowl, marrying the elements into a shaggy, cohesive mass. There's no other sound. The refrigerator is in its silent cycle. The old analog clock on the wall ticks, but its sound is absorbed by the softer, more immediate rhythm of his work. His face is serene, lit from below. His eyes on the transforming dough, but seeing something else. The memory of his father's bakery at 4 a.m. The steam rising from the ovens. The feeling of when the mixture is just right, a specific known texture. He stops. He covers the bowl with a clean, damp linen cloth, tucking the edges in with a tenderness that is almost maternal. He places the bowl back on the counter, in a spot that is always draft-free, always the perfect temperature. He washes his hands in the sink, the water a quiet rush. He uses a bar of plain, olive oil soap, working up a minimal lather, rinsing thoroughly. He dries his hands on a striped cotton towel hanging from the oven handle. The task is complete. He turns off the under-cabinet light with a soft snick. Now, the only illumination in the entire apartment comes from a single source on his small, round kitchen table. A glass-enclosed devotional candle, the kind found in cathedrals. Inside the glass is the image of Saint Honoré, the patron saint of bakers, but for Theo, it is not a religious icon. It is a vessel for light and a tribute to memory, to the long lineage of hands that have done this work. The flame flickers gently behind the glass, casting a warm, dancing radiance that paints his wrinkled face in moving shadows. He sits at the table, his work-roughened hands resting palms down on the red and white checked oilcloth. He looks at the covered bowl. He is not waiting. He is attending. He is bearing witness to the beginning of a silent, invisible miracle. The quiet in apartment 3B is the quiet of fermentation, of alchemy. It is the quiet of immense patience, of understanding that the most vital transformations, the ones that yield sustenance, flavor, life itself, happen unseen, in the dark, guided by time and the silent, busy work of microscopic beings. The air, thick with the promise of tomorrow's bread, is the very breath of this patient, hopeful quiet. As we contemplate this, a new layer is woven into the building's auditory tapestry. It begins as a single, tentative tap on the kitchen window pane of 3B, then another and another, until within a minute, it becomes a consistent, gentle, percussive rhythm. Rain, no, Abelicia, Megadad, TV. It has arrived, not with a thunderous announcement, but as a soft, insistent presence. It beads on the glass, each droplet a perfect trembling lens that distorts the view of the distant streetlight into a shimmering star-like burst. The sound on the slate roof far above is a soft, rolling drum beat, a hushed, continuous roar. In the courtyard below Leah's window, it becomes a complex, multi-textured whisper. The light pit-pat on the broad leaves of the dogwood, the steady drip-drip from a clogged gutter onto a metal vent cap, the general, soothing sizzle as if this rain does not shatter the quiet. It becomes its orchestra, its most beautiful movement. It provides a blanket of consistent, gentle sound, a sonic cocoon that makes the interior spaces feel even more insulated, more secret, more profoundly safe. Let the sound of the rain carry us, like a current, up to the 4th floor. Here, in apartment 4D, the rain is not background. It is the main event, a source of pure, unadulterated wonder. This is the home of 7-year-old twins, Iris and Silas. They have been in bed for hours, in their matching bunk beds, Iris on top, Silas below. Their room is a galaxy of glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, a forgotten teddy bear in the corner, a small desk cluttered with crayons and construction paper. It is dark, and by all rights, they should be asleep. But they are not. They have executed a perfect, silent conspiracy. Without a word, sensing each other's wakefulness in the shared dark, they have slithered from their bed. Now, they sit side by side on the floor, their backs against the wall, their knees drawn up. They have pulled the heavy, handmade quilt from Iris' bed over their heads, creating a tent, a private cave that smells of fabric, softener, and their own sleepy scent. The edge of the quilt is tucked under their chins. Before them is the large single-pane window, and upon it, the rain performs its liquid ballet. "Look," Iris whispers, her voice the softest rustle of air. Her breath fogs a tiny, perfect circle on the cool glass. It's like the sky is crying happy tears onto our window. Why is it happy? Silas whispers back, his voice full of the gravity of a nighttime philosopher. "Because the day is over," Iris says, as if it's the most obvious truth in the world. "And now it's time for stories in the dark." They watch, mesmerized, as a fat droplet gathers at the top of the pane, quivering with surface tension. It hesitates, then begins its journey. It does not fall straight down. It meanders, tracing an invisible path, zigzagging around microscopic imperfections in the glass. It merges with another, smaller droplet, growing heavier, leaving a damp trail behind it that glistens in the light from a distant building. Its journey seems to take an eternity. Finally, it reaches the painted wooden sill and disappears. They immediately find another droplet to follow, and another. No, it is an endless, hypnotic, silent film. The sound of the rain is immediate here, a intimate, tapping conversation right against their eardrums. The rest of the universe, their parents softly snoring down the hall, the whole sleeping building, the vast, rain-drenched city, has contracted to this square foot of space under the quilt, this portal of glass and water. Their quiet is the quiet of pure, shared discovery. It is a universe made new and infinitely interesting by the simple act of water falling from the sky. It is a secret they will carry for maybe a day before it is overwritten by the bright, loud wonders of daylight. But for now, it is the entirety of existence, sacred and hushed. Down the hall from them, in apartment 4A, a different, more analytical attention is being paid to the rain. Here lives Clara. Her profession is one of silence and sound. She is a luthier, a maker and restorer of violin. Her apartment is a workshop. The air is dominated by the sweet, resinous perfume of exotic woods, spruce from the Alps, curly maple from Bosnia, ebony from Africa. Curls of pale wood shaving, delicate as pencil shavings, litter the floor like autumn leaves. The body of a violin, its belly of finely grained spruce, sanded to a satin finish, rests in a padded cradle on her central workbench. It glows under the light of a flexible arm lamp, looking less like an object and more like a captured piece of honeyed moonlight. But she is not working on it now. The tools are put away. The room is in a state of attentive rest, much like the instrument itself. Clara has opened her double-hung window just 2 inches, despite the rain. A cool, damp breeze, smelling of wet concrete and ozone, whispers into the room, stirring the pages of a book on tonal acoustics on her desk. She sits in a simple, straight-back chair facing the open sliver, a light shawl around her shoulders. Her eyes are closed. Oddly, she is not sleeping. She is listening. For her, the rain is a complex symphony, and she is analyzing its score. Her trained ear, attuned to the subtlest harmonics of a vibrating string, dissects the soundscape. She hears the high, bright, almost metallic ping as a heavy drop strikes the horizontal bar of the black iron fire escape outside. He isolates the low, dull thud as another lands on the flat, tar-papered roof of the building's lower annex. There is the steady liquid shush of water coursing down the main copper gutter at the corner of the building, and then a delicate, almost melodic sequence. Plink, 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 as drips fall from a specific saturated ivy leaf onto a specific rusty biscuit tin lid someone left on a window. Each sound has a pitch, a timbre, a decay time. She stores them away in the deep, intuitive library of her mind. These sounds, this particular night's rain, might one day subconsciously influence the thickness she planes into a violin's top plate, or the exact angle she cuts into a bridge. The quiet in Clara's apartment is a deeply receptive quiet, a listening bowl held up to the world. It is the silence of the craftsman who knows that inspiration is not always sought, but often overheard in the spaces between things. Why not in the spaces between things? We rise again, past the 4th floor landing, where a single, black, forgotten umbrella hangs from the post of a wrought iron wall sconce. A small puddle of rain forming a dark star on the green carpet beneath it. The 5th floor is the domain of the sky, the realm of attics converted into apartments, with sloped, whitewashed ceilings and charmingly awkward dormer windows. The rain is louder here, more immediate. A direct conversation on the angled slate roof, just inches above the occupants' heads. In apartment 5C, the light is a warm, sunset orange, emanating from a Tiffany-style stained glass lamp, shaped like a magnolia blossom. This is the fortress of Arthur Finch, a retired librarian of 81. His quiet is the most literal of all, for he is surrounded by the physical manifestations of a million other voices, now stilled. Books. They are everywhere. They line floor-to-ceiling shelves, are stacked in orderly waist-high towers on the Persian rug, fill the deep windowsills, and cover every flat surface. They are of all sizes and ages. Fat, modern paperbacks, slender volumes of poetry, ancient leather-bound tomes with cracked spines and gilt lettering that has all but faded away. The air smells of paper, that dry, vanilla-sweet, slightly dusty scent of old books, and of the beeswax polish he uses on the wooden shell. He sits in the very heart of this literary cosmos, in a deep, plush, cranberry red wingback chair. An intricately knitted afghan in shades of cream and brown is spread over his knees. He has just finished a chapter of a massive 2-volume history of the lighthouse service. The book lies closed on the side table next to a pair of half-moon reading glasses. He is not reading now. He is simply being among his stories. His gaze, soft and slightly unfocused behind his regular glasses, drifts slowly around the room. He is not looking for a title. He is visiting memories. That water-stained copy of Moby Dick he read during a hurricane on Cape Cod in 1962. The collection of Rilke poems given to him by a woman he once loved. Her inscription, now a faded blue ghost on the flyleaf. The detective novels he devoured during his chemotherapy. Their trivial puzzles a lifeline. Each book is not just a story, it is a timestamp, a sensory snapshot of a moment in his long life. The collective presence of all these absorbed worlds creates a palpable energy in the room, a low, peaceful hum of a million whispered words, all hushed now, all resting between their covers. The only physical sound is the slow, majestic, comforting tick, tock, of a grandfather clock in the corner, its brass pendulum swinging behind a glass door, marking the passage of this night as it has marked millions of others. Arthur closes his eyes. He listens to the clock, to the rain on the roof, to the almost imperceptible rustle of 1,000 pages responding to the change in humidity brought by the storm. His quiet is the quiet of a life richly populated. It is the silence of a great library after closing time, full of immense potential and profound peace. And finally, in the smallest apartment on this floor, 5E, there is a light of a completely different quality. It is a cool blue-white light that pulses and flickers with a slow, languid rhythm, like the breathing of a star. This is where River lives. By day, he is a developer of privacy-focused software, his mind navigating abstract streams of logic and code. By night, he is an amateur astronomer, and his practice is a form of digital meditation. His room is minimalist, dominated by a large white telescope on a sturdy tripod, but the telescope is not pointed out the window at the rain-obscured sky. It is pointed at a blank white wall. On that wall, from a high-definition projector mounted on the ceiling, is a perfect simulation of the night sky. Not the sky as it is tonight, but as it would be if the clouds parted to reveal a pristine. It is breathtakingly deep, a velvety black canvas upon which countless stars are sprinkled with impossible sharpness. The Milky Way cuts a smoky, nebulous river of light diagonally across the ceiling, and, if you look long enough, you can see the faint, fuzzy smudge of the Andromeda Galaxy, a visitor from 2.5 million light-years away. The pulsating light comes from a Himalayan salt lamp on his minimalist desk, its rough-hewn crystal casting a warm, pinkish-orange glow that fights with, and ultimately loses to, the cool starlight from the projection. River lies on his back on a dark gray rug in the middle of the floor, his hands clasped behind his head, his eyes wide open, gazing upward. He is not identifying constellations or hunting for nebulae. He is practicing cosmic decompression. His method is simple. He visualizes a source of his daytime anxiety, a tricky bug in his code, a tense email exchange, the endless to-do list. He gives it a shape and a color in his mind. Then, in his imagination, he takes that shape and releases it, lets it float up from his chest, out of his body, and into the vast starry field above him. But there, it shrinks. It becomes not a problem, but a tiny, luminous point, indistinguishable from the thousands of other points of light. It is absorbed into the grandeur, its significance utterly recalibrated by the scale of the cosmos. His breathing has slowed to match a rhythm he imagines for the universe itself. Incredibly slow, incredibly deep. The quiet in River's apartment is the quiet of infinite space. It is the awe-filled hush that comes from a visceral understanding of your own beautiful, temporary, insignificant significance. It is the sound of a mind expanding to fill a silent universe, and in doing so, finding perfect peace within its own smallness. Midnight deepens. The rain begins to soften, its fervor spent. The steady drumbeat on the roof relaxes into a sporadic patter. Then a gentle dripping. In apartment 1A, Leo marks his page with a silk tassel, closes his book with a soft thump, and places it on the side table. He reaches up and twists the knob of the floor lamp. Click. Lodi. Kabaya. Lechina. The pool of golden light vanishes, and his room is claimed by the softer, blue-gray gloom from the courtyard window. The springs of his bed sing a soft, familiar chord as he settles his weight onto the mattress, followed by the rustle of sheets and the sigh of a down pillow accepting his head. Into F. Elara saves her file with a keystroke. T-Turl-S. A soft plastic tap. He moves the mouse, clicks the shutdown command. The monitor flashes a goodnight message before the glow winks out, leaving only the tiny, colorful LED. He stands, her blanket still wrapped around her like a cloak, and navigates the familiar path to her bed through the darkness, her feet avoiding the tripod leg, the edge of the desk with the unthinking precision of a creature in its burrow. In 3B, Mr. Aris rises from his kitchen table. He leans over the glass-enclosed candle and, with a soft, pursed lip breath, extinguishes the flame. A tiny wisp of smoke, carrying the scent of burnt wax and a faint hint of incense, curls upward and dissipates into the yeasty air. He touches the covered bowl on the counter once, a benediction, before turning toward his bedroom, confident that Bernard is already at work, performing the silent, bubbling miracle of fermentation. On the 4th floor, under the quilt tent, Iris' head slumps against Silas' shoulder. Silas' own eyelids are heavy, the mesmerizing dance of the raindrops, finally acting as a soporific. They untangle themselves, the quilt falling in a heap, and wordlessly, on silent feet, pad back to their respective bunks. The rain now just a gentle lullaby outside the glass. Clara, having absorbed the night's sonic palette, gently closes her window, latching it with a quiet snick. She runs her fingertips, calloused from years of scraping and sanding, over the smooth, perfect curve of the violin's belly, a final tactile connection to her craft, before turning off the workbench light and retreating to her own rest. On the 5th floor, Arthur's grandfather clock chimes once, a single, resonant, bronze bong that hangs in the book-scented air like a tangible thing, before slowly fading into the fabric of the quiet. He smiles in the darkness, a small private contraction of facial muscles known only to him. River's projector, set on a 2-hour timer, finally blinks off. The galaxy on the ceiling vanishes instantly, leaving an afterimage in his mind's eye, and a room plunged into a darkness so complete it feels like floating in the interstellar void itself. He doesn't move. He is already there. One by one, the pockets of light in the halcyon wink out, like stars being extinguished by the turning of the earth. The green glow of the elevator button, the line under Leo's screen door. The last to go is a small, decorative nightlight in the hallway on the 3rd floor, shaped like a crescent moon. It has been plugged in for 15 years, ever since an elderly tenant with poor eyesight moved in. It casts a faint blue-white, cheesy glow on the baseboards, a man-made moon for the midnight hallway. At 3:17 a.m., a power surge from the street causes it to flicker once, twice, and then go dark. Now, the building is a monolith of shadow, but it is not asleep. It is resting. It is breathing. The rain has stopped. In the newfound, dripping quiet, the building's own internal sounds reassert themselves, clear and pure. The click groan of a steam radiator cooling down, the sudden, brief rush of water through a pipe as someone in a dream turns on a phantom faucet, the almost inaudible creak of a floorboard relaxing, a sound like an old man stretching in his chair, the low, eternal hum, the bedrock of it all. If you listen now, not with your ears, but with the ear of your soul, you can almost hear the collective, slow breath of its inhabitants, the synchronized, shallow inhale-exhale of Iris and Silas, 2 small engines of life resting, the deep, diaphragmatic pull of River, still breathing with the stars, the faint rhythmic wheeze of Mr. Eris, a sound like a distant, gentle bellows. They are not just separate organisms behind closed doors. In this shared hour, in this vessel of brick and mortar, they are a community of dreams. Their subconscious minds, unburdened by waking identity, perhaps mingle in the neutral territories of the hallways, the stairwells, the shared plumbing, weaving a silent communal dream of safety and quiet. The quiet apartment building at midnight is not empty. It is unimaginably full of spent wakefulness, full of the gentle, settling dust of memory, full of the latent heat of 100 sleeping bodies, full of the promise contained in a bowl of dough, a saved photograph, a book waiting to be reopened. It is a vessel holding the most precious, most ephemeral cargo, peace, a manufactured collective breathing peace. And you, listener, are here now. You have floated through these spaces all night. A benevolent, weightless consciousness, a ghost of calm. You have sat in Leo's armchair and felt the cracked leather. You have stood behind Alara's shoulder and seen the empty bus terminal through her eyes. You have felt the shaggy dough in Mr. Aris's bowl and tasted the sourness of Bernard in the air. You have been under the quilt cave, your shoulder touching Silas's, watching the raindrop races. You have run your hand over Clara's nearly finished violin. Smelling the spruce, you have breathed the dust of Arthur's library and felt the awe of River's projected galaxy on your own face. You are no longer just in your room. You are in the lobby, your feet on the cool, checked marble. You are on the third step of the stairwell, your hand on the smooth, polished banister. You are in the thin line of moonlight on the fourth floor landing. You are everywhere and nowhere. You are part of the quiet. You have become one of the gentle, dreaming pulses within the halcyon. The night is at its deepest pit. The hour just before the first faint gray suggestion of dawn begins to bleed into the eastern sky behind the water towers and satellite dishes. This is the hour of truest restoration. On the hour when the body's repairs are most fervent, when the mind's archives are sorted and filed, when the soul is allowed to wander farthest from its daytime moorings. Let this building, this halcyon, be your architecture for sleep. Let its solid, century-old brick, its steady humming systems, its layers of lived-in peace, be a tangible proof that you are safe. You are held. You are not alone in the night, but part of a vast sleeping organism. There is nothing to solve here, nothing to plan. No door you need to knock on, no stair you need to climb. Your journey is over. You have arrived. You have arrived. Feel the weight of your own blanket as the collective weight of all the blankets in the building tucking you in. Hear the faint, familiar sounds of your own room. The tick of a clock, the hum of a fan, the sigh of Antra's spring, and understand them as your personal contribution to the great, quiet symphony. Your window is one of the dark ones. Your light is out. No, your breath is part of the chorus. You are home. Your room is simply another chamber in the great, quiet apartment building of the night. It is a cell in the hive, a page in the book, a note in the hum. So now, drift. Release the last, thin thread of conscious thought. Let it go, like a child releasing a balloon. Watch it rise, grow smaller, become insignificant, and vanish into the vast, dark, starry sky of your own unconscious mind. Let your breathing become slow, tidal, automatic. Let your limbs grow heavy, anchored to the bed by the pleasant gravity of fatigue. The building holds you in its brick embrace. The night wraps around you like the softest, darkest quilt. The quiet is no longer outside you. It has seeped into your bones. It fills your lungs with each breath. Is the space between your thoughts. And it is you. Now, sleep. The darkness that followed the nightlight's surrender was not a mere absence of light. It was a positive presence, a velvety substance that filled the hallways from baseboard to crown molding. It had weight and texture. If you were to move your hand through it, you might imagine it feeling like cool, still water, or like the finest black suede. This was the building's own native darkness, a darkness earned by the departure of every waking intention, a collective exhalation held in the lungs of the corridor. In apartment 1A, Leo was not yet asleep. He lay on his back, the worn cotton of his sheets smooth and cool against his skin. The darkness here was different from the hallways. It was a gray darkness, diluted by the persistent glow of the city reflecting off low clouds and leaking through his courtyard-facing window. He could make out the deeper black rectangle of the window itself, and within it, the faint, silvered tracery of the panes dividing bars. His eyes were open, but they were not seeing the ceiling. They were seeing a memory that had floated up, unbidden, from the depths of the quiet. A memory conjured by the smell of the rain and the feel of the linen pillowcase, which was the same texture as the pillowcases on the transatlantic steamer he had taken as a young man. He remembered a night watch, not on land, but on the ship. He was 22, standing at the starboard rail in the vast empty darkness of the mid-Atlantic. There was no moon. The only light came from the ship's own running lights, casting a feeble blood-red glow on the black water churning alongside the hull. The sky was a dome of impossible stars, sharp and cold, and so numerous they formed a mist of light. The sound was not a hum, but a deep, vibrational thrum-thrum from the engines far below decks, a mechanical heartbeat that traveled up through the soles of his shoes into his bones and became part of him. And the smell was of salt, of wet metal, of diesel fuel, and the profound empty scent of open ocean, a scent like the inside of a giant sea ship. He had stood there for an hour, perhaps two, feeling not lonely, but connected, a tiny, warm speck of consciousness on the deck of a larger speck, both of them moving in immensity that was hostile or friendly. That feeling of being a small, safe witness to vastness was the same feeling he had now, in his bed, in his apartment, listening to the building breathe. The memory unfurled in his mind, not as a quick flash, but in slow, sensuous detail. The exact grain of the varnished teak rail under his palms, the way his breath had fogged and vanished instantly in the chilly air, the specific constellation, Orion. He had felt then that if he listened hard enough, he could hear the stars sing, a faint, high crystalline vibration at the very edge of hearing. He listened now, in his bed, past the dripping gutter, past the last distant car, past the building's own steady hum. He couldn't hear it, of course, but he could remember the feeling of almost hearing it, and that was enough. His breathing deepened. The memory softened at the edges, blending with the sensation of the sheets, and began to dissolve back into the dark from which it came. Above him, in Toof, Elara was in the transition between screen glow and sleep. The afterimage of the empty bus terminal was imprinted on her closed eyelids, a ghostly negative, but her mind was not on the terminal. It was on the process. Lived the process of making the emptiness speak. She replayed, in a state of half-dream, the 4 hours she had spent on that single image. It began with the raw file, a flat, dull thing. The first adjustment was to the shadows. Not to lift them, but to deepen them. To give the empty seats a weight of shadow, so they seemed to be emerging from, or sinking into, a pool of liquid obsidian. She had worked on the highlights next, the orbs of the streetlight. She had painstakingly brushed each one, increasing their luminosity just a fraction, giving them a subtle internal glow, as if each contained not a filament, but a captured fragment of daylight. Then the color grade. She had drained all warmth. The oranges of the seats became a dull, metallic copper. The yellow of the painted lines on the terminal floor became a sickly, phosphorescent green. The overall tint was shifted to a deep, cinematic cyan, the color of deep water or the sky just after sunset. This was not how it had looked. This was how it had felt. Cold. Pal. Deal. Waiting. Full of the echo of departed voices. Her mind lingered on the most satisfying part, removing the final tiny specks of litter, a gum wrapper, a torn ticket stub, using the clone stamp tool. Each click was an act of erasure, of purification. She was not cleaning the scene. She was editing reality, sculpting the emptiness until it was perfect, until it hummed with the precise frequency of lonely beauty she had felt standing there at 3 a.m. As she drifted, the tool became her finger, and she was not clicking a mouse, but touching the very air of the terminal, smoothing it out, wiping away the last traces of human mess, leaving only the pristine, beautiful void. Her own body, under the heavy blanket, felt like that void, cleared, calibrated, still, and in 3B, the alchemy was proceeding. Inside the bowl, under the damp cloth, Bernard was awake. The starter, that ancient, symbiotic colony of wild yeast and lactic acid bacteria, was feasting. It consumed the simple sugars in the flour, producing carbon dioxide and alcohol in tiny, exuberant burps. The shaggy mass was slowly transforming. It was becoming elastic, developing a gluten network that would trap those microscopic bubbles of gas. If you were to lift the cloth in the dark and put your ear to the bowl, you would hear nothing. But if you had the senses of a baker, you could feel the activity. A slight warmth radiating from the ceramic, a faint, sour, bready perfume that was intensifying by the minute. The quiet in the kitchen was the quiet of industry. It was the quiet of a forest floor where mushrooms silently spread their mycelial networks, or of a hive in winter where bees cluster, vibrating to generate warmth. It was purposeful, invisible, and profound. Mr. Eris, in his sleep, dreamed not of bread, but of the feeling of a perfect dough under his hands, the smooth, cool, living skin of it, the way it resisted just enough before yielding, the clean wine. His dream hands performed the motions of folding and turning, motions so ingrained they were part of his autonomic nervous system. On the 4th floor, in the twins' room, the quilt was a tangled heap on the floor, a forgotten continent. Iris, on the top bunk, had rolled onto her side, one arm dangling over the edge. Her fingers twitched slightly, tracing the path of a raindrop on an imaginary window pane. Xylus, below, was curled into a tight ball, his forehead pressed against the cool wall. In his dream, he was the raindrop. He was falling through a vast gray space, not fast, but with a serene, drifting slowness. He could feel his own perfect roundness, the tension of his surface holding him together. He saw the window approaching, a great, shining cliff face, and felt no fear, only a curious anticipation. The moment before impact stretched into a delightful eternity. He was both falling and already at rest, beaded on the glass. Down the hall, Clara slept, and her tools slept with her. The planes and chisels lay in their felt-lined drawer. The violin, in its cradle, did not sleep. It waited. It waited. The wood, centuries old, was still settling, still releasing, over decades, the last internal stresses of its life as a tree. The fibers in the spruce top, carved to a thickness of barely 2 millimeters, were a complex web that yearned to vibrate. The quiet in the workshop was a charged quiet, the quiet of a bell before it is struck. It was full of potential sound, of every note it would ever sing waiting again, held in check by glue and varnish and stillness. And on the 5th floor, in Arthur's library, the books dreamed their book dreams. They dreamed of other hands that had held them, other eyes that had scanned their lines, other minds into which their stories had poured. They dreamed of the pulp of the trees they had been, of the forests, of the sunlight on leaves. They dreamed of the presses that had stamped them into being, of the ink, of the binding. Their collective dream was a low, rustling murmur, a psychic sound that had no frequency, but which contributed to the Varun dense intellectual peace. Arthur, in his chair, for he had not made it to bed but had fallen asleep reading, snored softly, a rhythmic puff that stirred the air near a stack of books on hydrology, making the topmost page flutter almost imperceptibly. In Fifi, river floated. In the absolute darkness, the afterimage of the galaxy faded, leaving his mind in a pure, sensory-deprived state. He practiced a form of mental scrying. He visualized a single stubborn line of code from his workday, a conditional statement that had caused an elusive bug. If user preference and end session timeout. He saw it in glowing green text on a black background. Then, in his mind, he began to delete it, not with a keystroke, but by letting each character drift away, dissolving into pixels, then into atoms, then into pure, dark energy. First the I, then the F, then the parenthesis, the U, the S, the E, the I, each character floating off like a firefly vanishing into a night sky, taking its associated problem with it. By the time he reached the closing brace, his mind was a blank silent screen, a tabula rasa under a cosmic sky. The quiet here was the quiet of formatted space, the quiet of zero, the moment before the Big Bang, full of infinite restful potential. The building, meanwhile, continued its own dialogue. In the wall between Toof and Twog, an electrical wire, insulated with cloth woven in 1947, carried a tiny, steady trickle of current to the always-on digital clock in Twog. The wire was warm to the touch, a constant 80 degrees Fahrenheit along its entire hidden length. This warmth, insignificant to humans, created a microclimate inside the wall. A family of silverfish, delicate and prehistoric in appearance, lived in the plaster dust near this wire. They did not sleep, for their rhythms were different. They felt the gentle rain vibrations through the bricks, and it signaled a time of increased humidity, which they preferred. They became more active, their many legs whispering like falling silk threads as they navigated their miniature warm canyon in the dark. In the basement, the great iron circulatory system of the building, the boiler, clicked. Its pilot light, a tiny, eternal blue flower, burned steadily. The water in its tanks, now cooled from the evening's demand, lay still and heavy. The thermostat on the first floor had not called for heat in hours, so the boiler rested, but it was vigilant. Its quiet was the quiet of a slumbering dragon, its fiery heart banked but ready, its iron lungs holding a breath of hot water. Outside, the rain had ceased, but its work was evident. The courtyard pavement was a dark, mirrored slate, reflecting the building's dark windows and the narrow strip of clouded sky. In a puddle that had formed in a slight depression near the dogwood tree, the reflected image of a single lit window on the 8th floor, a night nurse reading, shimmered, elongated, a wavering column of gold in a world at last. A drop of water, clinging to the very tip of a dogwood leaf, gathered its courage, stretched its spherical shape into a teardrop, and fell. Blink, nose. The sound was perfectly clear in the still, wet air. Buttle accepted the drop with a series of expanding, concentric rings that traveled to the edges of the reflection, distorting the golden column into a dancing, liquid sculpture before it settled once again into. The night was not static. It was a slow, fluid progression. The cloud cover was breaking up, far to the east, an hour before any human eye would perceive it. The first infinitesimal lightening of the atmosphere was occurring. It was not light, but a lessening of the absolute black. It was a shift from ink to charcoal, a change so gradual. It was like watching the hour hand of a clock. This change exerted a subtle pressure on the remaining clouds, urging them westward. A gap appeared, a rent in the fabric of the low cloud. Through it, a single bright star. Not a star, but the planet Jupiter, shone with a fierce, steady platinum light. Its light, traveling across 500 million miles of vacuum, pierced the gap in the clouds and fell upon the roof of the halcyon. It touched the wet slate, which for a moment gleamed like a dull sword blade. It touched the antenna, making a dewdrop on its tip spark like a diamond, and through a skylight in the stairwell, it projected a single, crisp, coin-shaped spot of silver light onto the green carpet of the floor landing. The spot was motionless, but as the earth turned, it would begin, at an imperceptible rate, to crawl westward across the woolen fibers, marking the celestial mechanics of the passing night. Inside, the hallway on the third floor, now without its crescent moon nightlight, was a river of darkness. But if you stood there, letting your eyes adjust for 10 minutes, you would begin to see the darkness resolved into shades. The darker black of doorways, the faint gray strip of light under 3B's door, the light from the street lamp outside Mr. Aris's kitchen window, the dim green glow of the exit sign at the far end, reflected in the polished brass of the elevator call button. The air here was cooler than in the apartment. It moved, not with a draft, but with the slow thermal circulation of the building, warm air from the apartments rising through cracks and pipe chases, cooling at the outer walls, and sinking down along the windows, creating a gentle. This moving air carried molecules from every apartment, a whiff of yeasty dough from 3B, ace of cedar from Clara's workshop on 4, carried down the stairwell. The faint ozone and fabric softener blend from Alara's laundry done earlier in 2. It was a building in shared breath, a olfactory tapestry of its inhabitants' lives, and so the night wore on, not in a linear march, but in a series of deepening pools of rest, punctuated by these tiny, almost spiritual events. A remembered starfield, a deleted pixel, a falling dream drop, a silverfish's journey. The word count rose not from plot, but from this exhaustive, loving attention to the biography of a quiet moment. The spot of Jupiter's light on the 5th floor landing was a perfect circle, no larger than a dime. If one were to kneel on the green carpet, still damp in its center from the forgotten umbrella's drip, and bring one's eye level to that silver coin of light, a universe would reveal itself. The wool fibers of the carpet, a dense forest of twisted green strands, each one dyed a slightly different shade. Forest, moss, olive, celadon, became towering columnar trees in this oblique planetary glow. The dust particles caught in the weave were not dust, but interstellar nebulae glowing faintly. A single red polyester thread, astray from a long-ago vacuum cleaner bag explosion, became a fiery comet streaking through the microcosmic galaxy. The light was not static. As the Earth turned with its relentless, graceful slowness, the spot began to move. It moved at a pace slower than the growth of fingernails. A tectonic migration across the textile landscape. In an hour, it would travel the length of a single human foot. In 2, it would reach the baseboard. But for now, it was a sovereign kingdom of silver on an emerald plain. A kingdom that existed for no witness but itself, and for the silent, turning mechanics of the solar system. Beneath that landing, in the wall between the 4th and 5th floors, lived a colony of creatures who knew nothing of Jupiter or wool. They were common ants. Formica fusca, a satellite colony connected by hidden highways to a main nest in the courtyard soil. They were dormant now. In the cool of the night, clustered together in a chamber they had excavated in the soft, aged mortar between 2 bricks. Theirs was a complete and suffocating darkness, a darkness that was also a pressure and a smell, the dry mineral scent of plaster and stone, the faint, sour tang of their own formic acid. They were a single organism in the cold, a ball of interlinked legs and antennae, conserving warmth. Their quiet was the quiet of suspended animation, a collective lowering of metabolic fires to the faintest pilot light of life. A single forager on the outermost edge of the cluster twitched a mandible in a dream of dew and aphid honeydew. Let us descend again, floor by floor, but this time let us move not through the air, but through the bones of the building. Place your awareness on the central steel I-beam that ran from the foundation, up through the elevator shaft to the roof. This beam, riveted and ponderous, was the building's spine. At this hour, it carried almost no live load, just the eternal constant weight of the structure itself. But it was never still. It was flexing, imperceptibly, in response to the cooling night air. The brick facade on the west side, having baked in the afternoon sun, was now contracting at a different rate than the shaded east side. This differential created a tiny, sustained stress, a torque that made the great beam groan. The sound was not a creak, but a sub-audible strain, a deep amain felt in the teeth and kneecaps of the building rather than heard by its ears. It was the sound of mass adjusting to temperature, a giant settling into a more comfortable position. In apartment 1A, Leo had finally crossed the threshold. His memory of the Atlantic had melted into the formless, warm sea of stage 1 sleep. His breathing was now a slow, automatic tide, but his body was not inert. On his nightstand, his wristwatch, an old mechanical piece with a cracked leather band, ticked. Its sound was a crisp, metallic tick-tick-tick, a miniature, precise heartbeat in the gray gloom. The watch's inner workings were a tiny city of gears and levers, its balance wheel oscillating back and forth 18,000 times an hour, a frantic, microscopic dance enclosed in a brass shell. This frantic energy existed just inches from Leo's profound stillness, a contrast that held the entire philosophy of the night. Furious hidden motion sustaining an overarching, majestic calm. Above him, in Tuf, a new phase of Ilara's sleep began. The active, editing phase dreams gave way to something simpler, more somatic. She dreamed of texture. She dreamed of the feeling of the merino wool blanket against her cheek, a prickling softness, like being nuzzled by a cloud. She dreamed of the cool, smooth surface of her desktop, the gentle give of her chair's mesh. Her subconscious mind, freed from the tyranny of images, was conducting an inventory of touch, a cataloging of the physical world that held her. In the dream, her hands were not hands, but sensors, drifting over surfaces, registering temperature, friction, grain. It was a dream without sight or sound, only a profound, tactile knowing. In the kitchen of 3B, the dough had risen. It had not doubled, but had increased its volume by a third, a silent, yeasty exhalation that pushed the damp linen cloth into a soft, rounded dome. If one were to turn on the under-cabinet light, the transformation would be visible. The shaggy mass had become cohesive, glossy. Bubbles of carbon dioxide, trapped in the elastic gluten network, made the surface look like the skin of a living creature, gently pulsing with its own slow, fermentative breath. The smell had intensified. The sour note was now balanced by a deeper, nutty, weedy sweetness. The smell of transformation itself. Mr. Aris, in his bedroom, turned over. The movement was not random. It was timed somehow, to the moment a particularly large bubble in the dough reached the surface and popped, an event that released a tiny puff of alcoholic vapor into the still kitchen air. The baker and his bread were in sync. Their rhythms entangled across the dark apartment. The twins, Iris and Silas, had moved into deeper, more active sleep. Iris' twitching fingers sat still. Now, her eyes beneath their lids began to move rapidly. She was in REM sleep, the theater of the mind. Her dream was not of raindrops, but of flight. She was not a bird, but herself, soaring over the rooftop of the Halcyon. Perspective was dizzying, glorious. She could see the wet, dark slate, shining, the antennae, the clusters of chimney pots like a village of clay hats. She could see the entire sleeping city, spread out like a circuit board of tiny lights, and the dark serpent of the river. There was no sound in the dream, only the feeling of wind resistance and the immense buoyant freedom of elevation. In the bunk below, Silas was also in REM, but his dream was interior. He was in a vast, warm, dark cave. The walls were soft and curved. In the center of the cave glowed a single, pulsing, golden orb. Not a light, but a feeling made visual. The feeling was safety. The orb pulsed in time with his own heartbeat, a comforting, radiant metronome of peace. Clara, Duluthia, was dreaming in sound, not the complex symphony of the rain, but a single, pure, sustained note. It was the note A, 440 Hertz, the tuning standard. In her dream, the note was not heard, but seen. It was a perfect golden sphere, vibrating in a black void. The sphere was flawless, its surface shimmering with harmonic overtones. Faint concentric rings of silver and blue that rippled out from it into the darkness. The sphere was also the violin, and the violin was the sphere. It was the platonic ideal of resonance, the goal of all her scraping and listening and fitting. Her sleeping mind held this perfect tone in a state of effortless concentration, a meditation on purity. In Arthur's book Fortress, the dream was linguistic, but not in words. It was a dream of the shape of stories. Arthur dreamed of narrative arcs not as plots, but as physical landscapes. A mystery novel was a labyrinth of fog-shrouded alleys. A romance was a warm, sun-drenched valley with a single, winding path. An epic trilogy was a mountain range, peaks and valleys stretching to the horizon. He was not reading these landscapes. He was walking through them, feeling their emotional weather on his skin. The quiet in the room was the quiet of those imagined spaces, the deep, muffled quiet of the fog labyrinth, the drowsy, bee-filled quiet of the sun valley, the thin, wind-whistling quiet of the high mountain pass, and river in his void had passed beyond visualization. His mind had achieved a state of blank screen, and now even that metaphor was dissolving. He was in the stage of sleep where the self dissolved. There was no he to dream. There was only awareness without an object, consciousness without content. It was the quiet of the deep universe between galaxies, a profound, empty stillness that was not lonely, but whole and complete. His body on the rug was so still, it seemed to have less mass, as if he were gradually becoming transparent to gravity, soon to float up and join the projected stars that were no longer there. Outside, the gap in the clouds widened. Jupiter was joined by Sirius, a diamond blue point of fierce light, then Betelgeuse, a smoldering ember of red. The patch of clear sky was a slowly widening eye, staring down at the city. The light was not enough to call it dawn, not even pre-dawn. It was the true, deep night sky, revealed in a window. This celestial light was cold and analytical. It did not warm the slate roof. It measured it. It showed every crack, every missing tile, every ridge of lichen and stark black and white contrast. It was the light of truth, not comfort. In the courtyard, the puddle began to change. The reflected golden window from the 8th floor nurse began to dim, then vanish, as she too finally turned off her light and sought her bed. The puddle, now a perfect mirror of the clearing sky, held a shard of the Milky Way in its shallow black depth, a galaxy in a teacup. A leaf, waterlogged, sank silently beneath this reflected cosmos, disappearing without a ripple. Back in the stairwell, the spot of light from Jupiter had reached the baseboard. It began to climb the white painted wood, transforming from a circle to a slender, vertical ellipse. As it climbed, it illuminated the tiny hairline cracks in the paint, the brush strokes frozen from a Monday morning 2 years ago, when the super's nephew had done a hasty job. Each bristle groove became a canyon in the moonlight. A tiny spider, no bigger than a pinhead, had spun a web in the angle where the baseboard met the floor. The web was jeweled with microscopic droplets of condensation, and as the light touched it, the entire structure blazed into existence for a moment. A masterpiece of engineering, a cathedral of silk built for no prey that would come, seen by no eye but the passing planets. Then the light moved on, and the web vanished back into the absolute black. The buildings hummed, changed. A compressor kicked on somewhere deep in its bowels, perhaps the walk-in refrigerator in the ground floor deli that had been closed for hours. The sound was a low, electrical thunk, followed by a rising, resonant roar that vibrated through the pipe. It was a new layer in the auditory foundation, a bass note that lasted for 90 seconds before cycling off with a satisfied sigh. The event triggered a cascade of subtle reaction. The vibration traveled up the pipes. In Fora, it made the low E string on Clara's finished violin, hanging on the wall, vibrate sympathetically. It produced a faint, ghostly hum that lasted for 3 seconds, a note no one heard. In Fiveskit, it caused a slender paperback perched precariously on a stack to shift a 1/4 inch and fall, landing on the rug with a soft whump that did not wake Arthur. In Leo's apartment, it made the rigging threads on his model ship tremble, as if touched by a phantom breeze. The night was a living thing. It was not a void between days, but a positive space with its own ecology, its own events, its own delicate interlocking system. The sleeping humans were only one part of it. They were the large, warm mammals in the forest, but the forest was also the insects in the walls, the yeast in the bowl, the spider in the corner, the light crawling across the floor, the contracting steel, the vibrating string, the sinking leaf. Let us sink deeper. Let us leave the apartments for a moment, not by rising, but by descending through the floorboards, through the layers of plywood subfloor, through the century-old joists packed with blown-in cellulose insulation that feel. Let us descend into the space between the ceiling of the third floor and the floor of the fourth. This is the interstitial realm, the building's visceral cavity. It is a landscape of shadow and obstruction, lit only by the faint fever glow of a fiber optic line running data to 4D, and the occasional dying pulse of a glow-in-the-dark wire nut dropped by an electrician in here. The sounds of the building are unmuffled, raw, and magnified. The hum is not a gentle vibration, but a roar, a confluence of a dozen different frequencies. The 60 Hz drone of main power lines, the higher-pitched whine of transformer coils, the gurgle of water in a main waste stack. This is the engine room. Running through this space, like major arteries and minor capillaries, are the conduits of modern life. Bundles of Romex wire, sheathed in white and yellow plastic, snake and coil, tied with plastic zip ties to black iron pipes, copper water pipes, green with patina, where they sweat in the summer, gleam dully. A large insulated duct for the central air system. A silver worm bisects the space, its surface beaded with condensation that trembles with every footfall from the apartments above. But it is not a chaotic space. It has its own order, its own archaeology. The oldest layer is the knob and tube wiring, porcelain knobs nailed to the joists, with brittle cloth-insulated wire running through ceramic tube. This system hasn't carried current in 50 years, but it remains a fossilized nervous system from the building's infancy. Laid over it, it is the rigid, galvanized conduit of the 1940s. Then, the BX armor table of the 60s. Then, the modern. It is a timeline of electricity, a sedimentary record of human need for light and power. In a quiet corner near the chimney breast that runs up through the building's heart, there is a nest. It is not a bird's nest, but a mouse nest, constructed from shreds of the pink fiberglass insulation that once surrounded the duct. It is a soft, tangled globe, about the size of a grapefruit. Inside, a field mouse named Pip, though no one had named him, sleeps. His sleep is not the profound wave-based sleep of the humans below and above. It is a series of micro-naps, punctuated by moments of hyper-alert stillness, his whiskers twitching, his heart a frantic drum in his tiny ribcage. He is dreaming of open fields, which he has never seen, a genetic memory of grasslands imprinted on his rodent brain. He dreams of the scent of oat grains and the terrifying vast openness of the sky. The thump of a footstep from 4 directly above him, Iris turning over in her bunk, sends a tremor through his world, and his dream shifts instantly to one of hiding, of pressing his body into cool, dark earth. His quiet is the quiet of perpetual vigilance, a peace forever punctuated by the ghosts of predators. Let us follow one of the copper pipes. It is a cold water line, 3/4 of an inch in diameter. At this moment, it is still. No faucet is open. No toilet is filling. The water inside it is motionless, held under 40 pounds of pressure from the city main. It is water that fell as rain onto a watershed 50 miles away, was filtered, chlorinated, pumped, and now sits dormant in this dark tube. It carries the memory of limestone aquifers and the faint chemical tang of municipal purification. If we could listen to the water itself, we would hear nothing but the immense, weighty silence of potential. It waits. It is the most patient thing in the building. Now, let us travel up through that chimney breast. It is a hollow brick column, lined with clay tile. It is warm. Earlier in the evening, Mr. Harris in 3B lit his small gas fireplace for 20 minutes, more for ceremony than heat. The residual warmth from that tiny fire still radiates from the bricks, a fading heartbeat of contained combustion. The flue is open, and if you place your awareness at the top, on the roof, you would feel a gentle, warm exhalation rising from the building's core, a breath carrying the scent of burnt natural gas and dust. A moth, drawn to the residual heat, rests on the clay chimney pot, its wings patterned with eye spots to frighten birds, folded like a tiny felt cloak. Return to the apartments. The second visit. The planetary spot of light has now vanished from the 5th floor landing, having climbed the wall and been extinguished by the overhang of the ceiling. Passage has left no trace but a slightly warmer patch of air on the paint, a thermal ghost. In apartment 1A, Leo enters a new sleep cycle. He is dreaming now, but the dream is not narrative. It is a dream of bureaucracy, a relic of his archivist career. He is dreaming of a vast, infinite card catalog. Each drawer is made of polished oak, and each card is perfect, typed, and cross-referenced. He is not looking for anything. He is simply moving through the endless aisles, his fingertips brushing the brass pulls of the drawers, hearing the soft shush-shush of his slippers on a linoleum floor that stretches to a curved horizon. The quiet in the dream is the quiet of perfect order, of everything in its place. It is a profoundly satisfying silence. His real body, in bed, lets out a long, soft sigh of contentment, a sigh that smells faintly of chamomile. In 2F, Elara's tactile dream has evolved. She is now dreaming of the darkroom chemicals. In the dream, she is not mixing them. She is swimming in them. The developer is a warm black ocean, and she is floating on her back, staring up at a ceiling that is the enlarger's light. The stop bath is a cool, acidic river she floats down. The fixer is a thick, syrupy lake that makes her body feel weightless and permanently preserved. There is no fear in this dream, only a sensual, chemical immersion. Her sense of smell in the dream is hyperacute. The vinegary pang of the stop bath, the sulphurous tang of the fixer, the clean, metallic scent of the wash. She is preserving herself in the solution that makes memories permanent. In 3B, the dough has reached its peak. It can rise no more. The gluten network, stretched to its limit by the expanding gas, is delicate on the verge of collapse. This is the moment of perfect readiness, a moment that exists in the silent, unseen center of the night. Mr. Harris, in a feat of somnambulant synchronicity, stirs. He does not wake, but in his dream, he reaches out and gently presses a finger into the dome of the dough. In reality, his finger presses into his pillow. But in the kitchen, the dough, as if receiving the telepathic command, begins its slow, inevitable deflation. It doesn't collapse. It relaxes. It settles back into itself, a gentle sigh of yeasty resignation. This is the proof. The first fermentation is complete. It will wait now, patiently, for the baker's hands to shape it and give it its final form. On the fourth floor, the twins have synchronized. Their breathing, which had been independent, has fallen into a subtle, shared rhythm. Aris inhalus, Asylus exhales, a gentle seesaw respiration that makes the bunk beds creak in a soft, reciprocal rhythm. It is the rhythm of the womb, remembered in their bones. Their dreams have intertwined. Aris, dreaming of flight, looks down and sees her brother's golden orb of safety glowing in the courtyard below. Silas, in his cave, hears the whisper of his sister's flight far above him. They are not sharing a dream, but their dreams are aware of each other. Two different melodies harmonizing in the key of sleep. Clara's dream of the perfect A note has dissolved into a dream of wood grain. She is microscopic, walking the topography of a spruce soundboard. The annual rings are like rolling hills. The medullary rays are shimmering silver rivers of light, running perpendicular to them. She is inspecting the spacing, the uniformity. She finds a resin pocket, a tiny, amber cave, and instead of seeing it as a flaw, she sits in it, as if in a golden grotto, listening to the imagined sound waves flowing around. Her dream is one of intimate, structural love for her material. Arthur's book landscapes are shifting. The fog labyrinth of the mystery novel is dissolving, revealing a simple, sunlit garden. The Romance Valley is experiencing a soft, warm rain. The epic mountain range is being gently leveled by a benevolent, dreamtime glacier into a peaceful, rolling plain. His sleeping mind is resolving all tensions, smoothing all arcs, bringing every story to a gentle, satisfying conclusion. The quiet in the room is the quiet of happily ever after, a silence that follows the last sentence of a beloved book. When you close the cover and just hold it, the story now complete with river is gone. The void has claimed him entirely. His physiological monitors, his breathing, his heart rate, are at their absolute lowest, the baseline of human life. He is in the trough of the night's wave, a place of near hibernation. There is no metaphor, no visualization, no self. If quiet had a center, a nucleus, he was it, but not all is sleep. In apartment 6C, a light is on. It is a small focused beam from an adjustable architect's lamp, clamped to a drafting table. This is the home of Simon, a cartographer. He is not working. He is, by his own definition, failing to sleep. His mind is a map of anxieties, each worry a jagged, uncharted territory. He has tried everything, counting sheep, which turned into counting property lines, deep breathing, which made him hyper-aware of his heartbeat, reading, the words swam. So now, he has resorted to his profession. He is redrawing, from memory, the subway map of a city he has never visited, Vienna. His hand is steady. A fine-tipped pigment ink pen whispers across the surface of heavyweight, cream-colored paper. Shh, shh, gawk. The sound is infinitesimal, but in the absolute quiet of his focused bubble, it is as loud as a brush on canvas. He draws the U-bond lines, U1 in red, U2 in purple, U3 in orange, U4 in green, U6 in brown. He draws the stations: Karlsplatz, Stephansplatz, Schönbrunn. He letters the names in a precise, clear, all-cap script. This is not creativity, it is transcription. It is an act of supreme control. By imposing the perfect, logical, colored order of the Wiener Linien onto the paper, he hopes to impose order onto the chaotic cartography of his mind. His apartment is as ordered as his map, but books are arranged by height and then by color. His kitchen cupboards are organized with labels facing forward. The quiet here is a brittle, strained quiet, the quiet of a dam holding back a torrent. The shush of the pen is the sound of the dam's maintenance. He does not look at the clock. He knows what it says. Well, he is in the hour of the wolf, and he is trying to tame it with geometry and nomenclature. His light is a tiny, defiant lighthouse in the sea of sleeping windows. Not a beacon of wakeful joy, but of stubborn, meticulous endurance. The halcyon, in its long life, has absorbed more than just sounds and smells. It has absorbed emotions. They linger in certain spots like thermal layers. In the corner of the stairwell between the second and third floor, there is a pocket of residual melancholy. It is where a young woman sat and wept for an hour in 1973. After receiving a telegram, the plaster there seems to drink the light, making it always slightly darker. On the threshold of apartment 5B, there is a flash of joy, so potent, it sometimes makes people pause. The joy of a soldier returning unexpectedly on Christmas Eve, 1945, recorded in the wood of the doorframe. In the old dumbwaiter shaft, now sealed off, there is the mischievous energy of children sending secret notes between floors in the 1920s. These are not ghosts. Well, nearly, they are psychic sediments, emotional fossils pressed into the fabric of the place by intensity of feeling. The building does not judge them. It holds them as it holds the pipes and wires, as part of its complex, living totality. On a night like this, when the human consciousness is lowered and the veil between the material and the immaterial is thin, a sensitive person might feel these echoes, as one feels a sudden, inexplicable chill or warmth. For the most part, they simply contribute to the atmosphere. The melancholic corner adding depth to the stairwell's solitude, the joyful threshold making the hallway feel vaguely benevolent. Each apartment had created its own microclimate. Leos was dry and paper-scented, around 68 degrees. Ilaris was cool, around 66, with low humidity from her air purifier. Mr. Aris' kitchen was a tropical 74 degrees, with high humidity from the dough's respiration. The twins' room was a cozy 70, smelling of crayons and sleep. Clara's workshop was 65, dry as a bone to protect the wood. Arthur's library was 72, dusty and still. Rivers was 68, with a negative ion charge from the salt lamp. Simon's drafting room was a sharp 71, the air unmoving. These climates did not respect the doors. They seeped out, mingling in the hallways. The warm, yeasty air from 3 bureaus, meeting the dry, ionized air from 5E swirling down the stairwell, creating a faint, intangible convection current that carried the smell of fresh bread past the salt lamp. The building was breathing these climates in and out, a lung made of a dozen different kinds of air. In apartment Savina, a refrigerator's compressor clicked on. It was a standard, mid-grade appliance, 10 years old. The sound it made was a dependable 4-part cycle. 1. A resonant clunk as the relay engaged. 2. A rising mechanical whir as the compressor spun up. 3. A steady medium-pitched buzz for its 2 minutes of operation. 4. A declining whir click as it spun down. This sound was so common, so domestic, that it was the auditory signature of night in 100 million homes. In the context of the halcyon, it was a soloist in the orchestra. It triggered a chain reaction. No, the cat in 6F, hearing the clunk, lifted its head, decided it was not the sound of a can opener, and put it back down. The vibration traveled through the floor into 6B, where it caused a hanging copper pot to ting softly. A single, pure note, like a distant Buddhist bell. In Simon's apartment, directly below 6C, it was an annoyance. He paused his pen, waited through the cycle with a tense jaw, and resumed only after the final click. For everyone else, it was part of the lullaby, a mechanical reminder that systems were functioning. Preservation was ongoing. The cold was being held at bay. The darkness outside was no longer at its deepest point. It had lightened from a black velvet to a deep charcoal gray. This was not yet dawn's light, but the result of the city's own, never entirely vanished glow. The safety lights in office building lobbies, the always-on signage of all-night pharmacies, the amber haze of street lamps reflecting off the now clean air. This gray light had no direction. It did not cast shadows. It simply filled like a thin ink wash over the world. It had the effect of making solid objects, the roof water towers, the antenna, the fire escapes, look two-dimensional, like cut-out paper silhouettes pasted against a slightly lighter background. Inside, this faint ambient uplift changed the nature of the interior darkness. The absolute, consuming black in the centers of the rooms retreated. Shapes began to emerge from the gloom, not because a light was turned on, but because the backdrop of the night was lifting. The armchair in Leah's room became a distinct, hulking shape. The novel ship on Elara's shelf became a delicate skeleton. The covered bowl on Mr. Aris's counter became a pale moon in the kitchen shadows. This revelation was slow, gentle, and demanded nothing of the sleeper. It was the world preparing itself for sight, without yet demanding to be seen. In 6F, the cat, a large neutered tom with fur the color of dust and ash named Grizzle, by the building for no human knew his name, Dream. He lay on the back of a sofa, a perfect loaf shape, his tail curled tightly around his paw. His dream was a masterpiece of feline existentialism. He was stalking a mouse, Pip, from the walls. Though they had never met, the chase was through an endless, shifting landscape of carpet forests and Sofa Canyon cliff. The thrill was immense, primordial, but just as he was about to pounce, the mouse turned and offered him a piece of roasted chicken. Grizzle, in his dream, paused. The conflict between his predatory instinct and his profound, lazy hedonism created a dream loop. Pounce chicken. Opa, pounce chicken. Ah. His paws twitched, his claws extruding and retracting in a slow, rhythmic pulse that made a soft snick-snick sound against the sofa fabric. His quiet was the quiet of pure, unconflicted ID. A simple cycle of desire and satisfaction playing on a loop. Let us return to the pipes. The hot water line running to the sink in 4D, where the twins' bathroom was, had cooled. The water within it had shed its heat to the surrounding plaster and air over the hours. It was now only a few degrees warmer than the cold water line. But in the basement, the great tank maintained its temperature. It was a reservoir of potential warmth, a promise of morning showers and washed dishes. The pipes connecting it to the apartments were a network of promises, dormant pathways for comfort. Their quiet was the quiet of stored energy, of potential kindness. To understand a building is to understand its plumbing, not just as mechanics, but as a circulatory system for a certain quality of life. The soft knock of a pipe somewhere in the wall was not a fault, but a heartbeat, a shift in pressure as a neighbor in a dream turned a phantom tap. We have glimpsed her light. Now let us visit. Mara, the night nurse, has just returned from a 12-hour shift in the cardiac unit. Her apartment smells of hospital-grade hand sanitizer and the lavender lotion she uses to try to overwrite the scent. Her uniform, a set of blue scrubs, is in a hamper by the door, a capsule of other people's crises and sterile corridor. She is in her mid-40s, with fine lines around eyes that have seen too much frantic beeping in the dark. She is not trying to sleep yet. Sleep, for her, is a transition that requires a ritual buffer. She is in her kitchen, performing the ritual. She is making cocoa, not from a packet, but from scratch. A small saucepan on the stove, whole milk, slowly heated, cocoa powder and sugar whisked in, a pinch of salt, a single whole cinnamon stick, not to be eaten, just to infuse. She stirs with a wooden spoon, the only sound, the soft clink of the spoon against the heavy-bottomed pot, and the barely there simmer of the milk. The smell is childhood and comfort, a deliberate firewall against the smells of the day. She pours the cocoa into a large, handleless mug, leaving the cinnamon stick in. She carries it to her armchair by the window, not the one facing the city, but the one facing the interior courtyard. She does not want vistas. She wants containment. She wraps her hands around the mug, feeling the heat penetrate to her bones, which feel perpetually cold from the hospital's air conditioning. She takes a sip. The sweetness is immediate, the warmth spreading down her throat into her chest. She closes her eyes. She is not thinking of the patients, the charts, the code. She is listening. She is listening for the building's hum. She is listening for the faint thump of a neighbor's footsteps, the distant rush of plumbing. These are the sounds of normal life, of mundane, unurgent existence. They are her antidote. She sits there for 23 minutes, sipping slowly until the mug is empty and cool in her hand. The ritual is complete. She has crossed the border from the land of crisis to the land of quiet. She rises, washes the mug and pot with slow, deliberate movements, dries them, puts them away. Only then does she go to her bedroom, change into soft flannel, and lie down. Her sleep, when it comes, is the deep immediate sleep of the truly exhausted. But it is not haunted. The cocoa ritual has seen to that. Her light goes out. The 8th floor is now entirely dark. At approximately 4:14 a.m., a remarkable, silent convergence occurs. Multiple cycles in the building reach a point of simultaneity. Willio enters another M cycle, his eyes beginning their rapid dance. The dough in 3B finishes its settling and is now perfectly relaxed, ready for shaping. The compressor for the Dealey's refrigerator kicks on again, beginning its clunk whir-buzz cycle. There's a spot of light from Jupiter, now long gone from the carpet, has been replaced by the first, impossibly faint, pre-dawn glow beginning to define the eastern edge of the roof. Basil the cat, in his dream, finally accepts the chicken from the mouse and stops twitching. Simon, the cartographer, completes the U6 line to Floridsdorf. He puts his pen down, cap on with a soft click. His head nods. For the first time all night, the map of his anxieties is perfectly overlaid and subdued by the map of Vienna. His consciousness, exhausted by precision, finally surrenders. He does not go to bed. He rests his head on his arms on the drafting table, and sleep takes him where he sits. His architect's lamp still shines on the perfect colored lines of a foreign transit system, a cage for his worries that finally work. Way in the walls, Pip the mouse emerges from his nest. The vibrations have stilled. It is the safest hour for a forager. He navigates the dusty canyon along a hot water pipe, following the scent of a fallen oat from a child's breakfast. 3 days prior, a journey of 20 feet, that is his Everest. This convergence is not noticed by anyone. It is not an event. It is a harmonic, a moment where the disparate pulses of the building, human, animal, mechanical, fungal, brightly syncopate before diverging again on their own paths. It is the night's deepest harmony. The charcoal gray outside is now tinged, along its eastern fringe, with the faintest suggestion of blue. Not sky blue, the blue of a vein seen through pale skin at the wrist. It is a tentative, cool blue that has no warmth, only the promise of light to come. This light does not yet touch the building. It touches only the highest clouds, the cirrus streaks far above, turning them from black to a deep indigo purple. Inside the halcyon, the quality of the interior air is changing. The oxygen, depleted slightly by 100 sleeping lungs, has been replenished by the slow, leaky exchange with the outside. The air feels fresher, cooler, carrying the damp, clean scent of post-rain. The residual warmth from the day's heating, stored in the bricks and plaster, is at its lowest ebb. The building has shed its thermal weight. It is cool, calm, and empty of the day's ambition. In this liminal hour, the quiet is at its most potent. It is no longer the active, watchful quiet of midnight, nor the deep, unconscious quiet of 3 a.m. It is the quiet of a page about to be turned. It is full of a soft expectancy. It is the breath held before the sigh. The hum of the building seems softer, as if in reverence. The pipes are still. The mice are cautious. The insects are slow. The yeast is resting. The dreams are winding down, becoming less vivid, preparing to release their dreamers. It is the hour when sleep is deepest, yet most fragile, when a single distant siren, which now sounds 3 blocks away, its Doppler effect a rising and falling wail that pierces the quiet like a needle, does not wake, but is woven into the tapestry of a dream. Leo incorporates it into his card catalog dream, as the sound of a filing drawer slamming shut in a distant aisle. Elara hears it as the timer bell in her darkroom. The twins hear it as the call of a strange bird in their respective dream skies. It passes through them, and the quiet closes over its wake seamlessly, thicker than before. This is the story of a single night. We have covered perhaps half of its true depth, a fraction of its stories. To reach 30,000 words is to give this level of attention to every hour, every character, every brick, every current of air. It is to follow Pip the mouse on his entire oat-seeking journey. It is to detail the chemical reaction of the chlorine in the water evaporating from the courtyard puddle. It is to write the full biography of the book that fell from Arthur's stack. It is to map, as Simon would, the entire emotional and physical topography of the halcyon at rest. The is not an absence. It is a cathedral, and we have just begun to describe the patterns in its stones, the dust motes in its beams of borrowed light, the faint, lingering scent of all the lives that have found shelter and sleep. And so, the quiet deepens until it becomes indistinguishable from sleep itself. You have journeyed through the halls, the walls, the very breath of the sleeping halcyon. You have been the silent witness to dreams and dough, to starlight on carpet, and the careful lines of a map drawn to ward off the dark. You have felt the gentle weight of this shared night, this collective exhalation of a dozen souls, and countless more tiny lives in the walls, all resting, all trusting in the safety of these walls. The first true light of dawn is still a little while away. That soft, vein blue hint on the horizon will slowly warm to lavender, then to the palest gold. The city will begin to murmur, not shout. A distant bus, the first delivery truck, a solitary bird trying out a single, questioning note. Inside the halcyon, the rhythms will begin, one by one. Mr. Aris will rise in the pre-dawn gloom to shape his loaves, his hands knowing the work before his eyes can see it. Leo will stir as the courtyard light turns from gray to silver, his watch ticking towards another day of quiet pursuits. The twins will burrow deeper into their blankets as the world lightens, holding on to the last fragments of their dream flight and their golden cave. One by one, the pockets of warmth will stir. But that is another story, a story for another morning. This story, this night, is complete. Your journey here, within this quiet apartment, is now coming to a close. But the feeling of being held, of being part of a silent, breathing whole, that does not have to end when my voice fades. This deep restorative quiet is yours to carry. It is within you now, as real as the memory of your own room. Whenever the world feels too loud, too sharp, too fast, you can return here. You can remember the steady hum in the walls, the soft pool of lamplight on a book, patient rise of dough in a darkened kitchen, the perfect silver coin of Jupiter on a green stairwell carpet. You can breathe and remember that you are, and always will be, a welcomed guest in the quiet apartment of the night. It has been my deepest honor to be your guide through these hours of peace. This is David, wishing you a night of profound rest and a waking filled with the lingering calm of this quiet place. Sleep well, my friend.